Phoenix, there you are. We have to get to investigating.
Holy shit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. It looks like we got Ty, Stella, and Papa hanging out already. What's up? Ty was here, like, before everything even got started. Before I even started streaming. I saw those emotes, Ty. What's up, dude? Let's see. Yeah, I got to, don't worry, I saw everybody's channel point redemptions as well. Thank you guys for that. How you guys doing today? Hope you guys had a wonderful Tuesday, and you're ready to get into this madness, huh? I am equipped. I got myself some craisins. So if I need a snack, I can snack on those. Although I ate, relatively recently, so that's good. Yeah, happy Taco Tuesday, Papa. And I got myself a nice cold root beer for this, so let's fucking get started, shall we? Right, let's get rid of the fake Phoenix right music and go to the actual game. So let's see. To recap from last week. Oh man, so much has happened. So let's see. Last week did we start with the muffler thing? I think we started with getting the chief of police came and had the clue that we were looking for, which was the cloth that was in the muffler. C-Ty says, doing well, got shalonged by a troll with a log, shake my head. Oh, that's funny. For a second there, I was like, what's he talking about? But he's talking about Valheim. At least I'm assuming. Let's see. Anyways, so yeah, the chief of police came. He gave us the final clue, which was a knife that was wrapped up in a red muffler. And the knife itself was a clue, or it was it was a clue, right? It was a piece of evidence. That's right. For a previous case, a case that was about to go off of it was about to like pass its statute of limitations or something. Well, they were moving the clues, I guess, and they were moving into the cold case area. I think that's kind of the point. So that was sort of like part of the significance of that. So what we did after we found that was, it's all that's coming to me. I'm just regurgitating it as I'm remembering. Well, we found out at the same time, that's right, the big thing that we found out was that there was another murder that happened at the police station in the evidence room, and the victim was the same victim that was in our murder. And so we're sort of like piecing together that he was actually stabbed in the evidence room and then somehow made it into the trunk of Edgeworth's car. So that's sort of some of it's pieced together, but that's not. There was more evidence. So once we found out that with the chief of police, we went to investigate again. We talked to the lunch lady again a little bit. She told us more about the case that the evidence was from that was wrapped in the muffler and how she was a part of it. And not only she, but also was Jake Marshall, and so was the victim. They were all investigators on this case, and so was Edgeworth. And they were all investigators in the case, and they ended up using fabricated evidence, I suppose, to finish that case. And so when it was all over, I guess the prosecutors fired the investigators and demoted them, I guess. But lunch lady got fired. I guess the investigator guy that was the victim must have got demoted, and Jake Marshall got demoted to like a security guy. Let me catch up a chat here. Happy Monday, Dom. Right? Happy Monday, Stella. What's Valheim? Audio and visuals are all good, sir. Thank you very much. Once we get into the actual game audio, though, we might have to make sure we keep our eye out. So Edgeworth did both by using his time traveling in DeLorean, right? Yeah. It's funny how Edgeworth is getting so wrapped up in it or whatever. So following that, once we figured that out from the lunch lady, we went and finally, it took us a while, but we got into the evidence room so we could investigate that crime scene. And in there, we found some pretty interesting evidence. We found that there was a locker that was open, and all of the evidence, I think, that was hanging out around the scene was from that same case from so long ago, and the one that those investigators got fired from. And the very last piece of evidence that we found, which is kind of tying things together and kind of creating a bit of a picture, was we found some fingerprints, because Edgeworth gave us some dusting stuff for fingerprints. And the fingerprints we found were on the very last locker next to the door, and only half of the blood print, well, the blood print was wiped away at one point, so it was somebody tried to cover the tracks, but we found it was Jake Marshall's fingerprint. So Jake Marshall was in there because he said he was driving on the highway during that time, that he was in his car or whatever, his iron horse or whatever the fuck he calls it. So a little suspicious there. Also, another big detail was a person who has been the prime suspect in the killing that happened at the police station is Officer Meekins, who is like this, really I don't know, disorganized guy, silly dude or whatever. He's definitely not the sharpest police officer, if you know what I mean. And he's been accused of stabbing the investigator who was the victim in both crimes in the evidence room. And let's see. What he told us was that he went into, because there was a suspicious character in the evidence room. So he went in there, and then it was our victim. And the victim, he asked that person, "Can I see your ID?" And then instead of showing his ID, he pointed a knife at him. And so then all of a sudden Meekin says that he kind of just jumped on the guy after that, after he was pointed, a knife was pointed at him, and then he kind of blacked out. Doesn't really remember what happened. So it could be that Meekins did stab him. It might be, you know, he maybe turned the knife on the investigator or something, but somehow the investigator got stabbed there, and I can only think by Meekins. And then Jake probably tried to take the body, he tried to get him out of there or whatever, and so he had blood on his hands, and he was helping support him, so his handprint got put on that locker. That's my theory. Am I too late to report for duty? Absolutely not, Noah. Going to lurk while I take care of something. We'll definitely be back. Sounds good, Stella. Yeah, just in time. I'm just going over what we found out last week, Noah, so we haven't even gotten started today. I'm just trying to catch everybody up. So, kind of to sum it all up, I think I just about got to the end of that, the recap. So now we are going back to court. But is someone testifying? I don't know who's testifying. That I've forgotten. Who would be? I guess Meekins is probably testifying. Because he was in detention last. But it's not for this. Well, I think part of what we did was we connected the cases together so that Meekins can maybe testify for this case. I don't know. I guess we'll see exactly who's testifying. But we've definitely linked the cases together because of the victim's the same person and stuff like that. There's just some similar evidence and stuff. Excellent. Hell yeah, dude. I hope you enjoy it, Noah. I love this game. All right, here we go. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 2. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. Hey, Dan, what's up, dude? It feels like I haven't seen you in so long because you didn't get to stream yesterday, man. It's like I need my Dan fix, dude. Am I gonna get that tomorrow, huh? Are you gonna be playing something tomorrow? I hope so, buddy. It's good to see you, man. Thanks for popping in. And Lana said the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. That was Lana saying that. Okay. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you for too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It was Mr. Wright's suspects. The police are clueless. It says Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I stuck to my plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. Nate, tell me about it, man. Yeah, you probably missed being on stream, dude, hanging out with us. Look at this fine lad. Yeah, I'm back tomorrow. How you been, brother? Been doing good, man. Absolutely. Had a great stream yesterday, and thanks again, Dan, the other night when you were slapping those bits down, dude. I really appreciate that support, man. Yeah, you and Shiloh were going pretty hard on that, so thank you. Everyone okay? Yeah, I think I'd say everyone's okay. Seems like it, unless anything's changed. Glad to hear from you, though, dude. But, Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I am as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, we're gonna have to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to, Mr. Wright. All right, here we go. Living life, says Noah. Yeah. I missed you all and had to deal with a couple of things. So yeah, man, I forgot. Then looked at my bank and realized I dropped a load of bitty bears. Oh, that's funny. Well, I appreciate it, man. They'll be flying back your way too, so don't you worry about it, dude. We're gonna get you that streaming PC, brother. Nugget, I'm lurking behind. There you go. And then the Stella farts. That's so funny. All right, February 24th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. I noticed a distinct lack of Dan in the chat. Was sad. I missed you too. Right, dude? Exactly. Gotta have our Dan. We have our little dose of Dan every day, huh? No, it's good, man. Loved it. All right, on. Yeah, hopefully everything's good with you. I know, taking care of personal stuff can be rough sometimes, so hopefully it wasn't anything too bad. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... Humph? I'm afraid you will have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I'll present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe that the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. Ooh, getting in the dungeon, Dan's jumping on in there. Hell yeah, I can go see Dulles. Yeah, sorted out, brother. Or did you mean thank you or something? Okay, right on. We all need a loud, annoying British bloke in our lives, bro. Yeah, there you go, buddy. Dulles made. Fuck, have I not missed you? I've not missed you. That's funny. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For this first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred in the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Ooh, boy, things are getting wild from the get-go. I love beacons, he's so funny looking. Hey, and Layla's here, what's up? Yeah, just in time, we're just getting started. Haven't missed much. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir! I'm Officer Mike Meakin, sir! My occupation's, that would be murder, sir! So you're telling us you are a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir! I'm the one who did it! I'll never kill anyone again, sir! You gotta believe me, sir! Actually, what we'd like to, I'm what they call part of the younger generation, sir! A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend! Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir! Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Damn, for fuck's sake, do you ever quit? Oh yeah, with the guitar riff, nah, you still like it, I like it. You would miss me if it stopped. Oh, we all know that's true. Oh, let's jump on in that dungeon.
Oh, I wasn't here for a second, but now I am. No worries. Alright, starting with, ooh, Dad. It feels like it's been a long time since I've seen you. Well, I'll have to hold on to you very tightly, won't I, Dad? Welcome back to the dungeon. Let's see if you get to stay with me. Aw, son of a bitch, is that a 2? Yeah, that's a 2, son of a bitch. Alright, I guess you can go. Whatever. Congratulations or something. All right, Mr. Lorax, it's me and you. And, oh, 17. You get to stay down here with me, Mr. Lorax. Ooh, big bad Papa Wolf. When you gonna blow my house down? oh, Gwent. Well, I don't have my stuff set up, but we'll have to rain check. If you get to stay down here, we're definitely going for a round of Gwent. Oh, we need to fix the camera. There we go. Oh, yes, sweet. A game of Gwent it is. Go down to the far door on the left. That's where I have my Gwent table set up. Prepare to lose once more. I want to join the Dark Lord Dolus. Oh, perfect, Noah. Yes, I need more followers. Yes, you will be the special cell. In fact, it's not even a cell, it's just my chill-out room. Oh, yes, looks like you get to stay down here with me as well. Perfect. Join the Dark Lord Dolus. I like that title. All right, Layla, will you be joining us as well? I can get the whole ritual circle set up. Oh, it looks like you will. Yes, perfect. More like dingus. Whatever, Lorax, you just get the fuck out of here. Looks like I'm going to be having quite a bit of fun down here today. As I will spread the gospel. Perfect. Perfect. Yes, finally I have someone on my side. All right, you guys can go now.
Welcome back! Hope everybody had a good time in the dungeon. Congrats on making it out of the dungeon. Dan, you're the only one that made it out, huh? Is that right? Did Dolus fuck that up? Hell yeah, I guess he didn't fuck it up because he won every fucking time. I love the music in this. I love that Noah's embracing Dolus too. I love finally having someone who's going the other way because Dan and Ty love to fuck with him. So I appreciate that he's making friends. Now I serve 2 Dark Lords. Of course, I was the only winner. Top tier Dolus destroyer me made. Let me pop back over to my inner voice so I have that ready for the next inner voice monologue. All right, here we go. Give us a report on the crime. Consider that in order.
Yes, sir! As you wish! After all, I am a part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir! You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
Here we go.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed it to the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I was passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you?
Do unto others as they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with.
Alright, we gotta press everything. Yeah, I've only lost that once. Coming for your title. There you go.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir! I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir!
Yikes, now there's a scary thought.
Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by Chief of the Detectives, sir.
Finally, the Blue Badger's coming up.
I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the reward ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious-looking man on the security screen and rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 898-9496. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh? But the number 989... sorry, 498-9596 is shown as being used twice. Okay, interesting. So then someone re-entered later? No, he was in there earlier. Okay, the plot thickens, huh? Let me catch up on chat here. We got a few more pupper. Sounds good, Noah. Layla, trust me, it takes years of eating shit to master the ways of being a dolus destroyer. I went through months of self-loathing, but now I am the ultimate shit-eating master. Mortal Kombat. Da, 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 da. Papa, grab me a plate. Yeah, I want some of those tacos, Papa. Bring enough for the whole class. You don't take shit from anybody. Never mind, eat it. Clearly, you weren't so masterful as to skip that step. Nice, Layla. You tell him. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during the second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. That added to ID card record. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So, you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir, a knife! Detective Goodman pulled the knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hands wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. That's a little more detail. We're getting somewhere, I think. I'm still full from Taco Bell. Hell yeah, I think I might have Taco Bell tonight. I got to fast in the morning because I got blood work tomorrow for my doctor. So I think I'm going to try to eat pretty well tonight. And I've done pretty well today. I've been eating, just kind of a mini small meals. So I think I'm doing pretty good calorie-wise. Well, maybe I can, I like certain things. Mildly enjoy a side order of pew. I even corrected my autocorrect on that phrase. That's funny. Each to their own, I guess, for sure, Layla. Exactly. I fought for my life, then I did it! What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man lets his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched the knife from him. You took his knife? I spun on him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see.
He must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then, the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir! After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Are we transferring to MOBA? Sounds good. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim?
He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins?
With regarding to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Grant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
The chief?
Delivered it?
What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well then, let's have a look. Show us a video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into?
Gonna watch a man die on film? Oh, look, it's a Blue Badger. He's the witness. We gotta interrogate the Blue Badger. What did you see, damn it? Look at that. The animation. It's like covering his face, too. Everything just happens to cover his face. There's Meekins. Damn, oscillating camera. Oh, what? That looked like he stabbed Meekins. Got the anticipation of coming back. And Meekins is just there. Oh man, it sure didn't give us very much. Of course it turned away at the perfect moment. Do you see anything else this way though? At some point, Jake's in there. That thing is sticking out of that. Was that sticking out the whole time? Well, I believe we all are thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's a Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly?
Security video added to the court record. Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir.
Is he gonna... Okay, now he's testifying with the mystery man. Okay.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must have been him. No one else could have unlocked it.
What's this about, a fingerprint? Each detective has a given locker, equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean
The victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start.
So when did Jake Marshall's hand touch that locker? That's what I want.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? So, sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you were the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see.
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it.
I mean, if it was his fingerprint, that'd be pretty hard to get the dude's fingerprints or whatever.
But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Well, why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or...
Meekins. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do.
About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only responded to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried.
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir. And this, too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir.
How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir.
People in the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face.
So, sir, if I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Is there a problem with the security video?
I don't know, is there? Alright, let's watch it again. Did I fast forward or anything? Nope. Maybe I watch the whole thing again. Okay. Is there something wrong with the video? The fabric's not hanging out of that locker, that first locker yet. Oh, the glove dropped. Okay, I saw that this time. when he opened up the locker. The light on the locker was already on. Oh, was it? Nice. There you go. That's a good detail, man. I totally forgot about the lights on the lockers. And he had blood on his shoulder. Still nothing over in that locker. Beacons is down. Then we come back this way. There's gonna be cloth hanging out of that locker. Boom, there it is. Interesting. So I'm gonna confirm Vince is right in that the light was already on. Yes, the light is already on. So there you go. So he didn't have to unlock it. It didn't have to be Goodme then. Could have been Jake Marshall, I guess. His fingerprints are in there too. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock an indicator lamp lights up when it's open. There you go. That's the evidence I need right there, Vince. Okay, cool. Nice one, dude. Good eye. There's a problem.
Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us the alleged contradiction in the video.
He would want me to point it out.
Well, I mean, that's you kind of have to, right? I mean, come on, Phoenix. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, and pause the video. Just take a good look at it and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Right here, and then I present.
Take that! The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture.
Alright. We already saw it though, right?
When the victim reaches for the handle and they open to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier.
Okay, gosh, way to be dramatic there, Phoenix. I couldn't point it out when we first saw it. Gotta rewind a little bit.
Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Dan popping out. What's up, buddy? Order. What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, the sensor is triggered. and the locker is automatically locked. It's probably that the glove was in the way, like whoever did it used that glove to trick it or something. I'm assuming because when he opened the door, the glove falls out right away. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. It's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect the report any malfunction. No, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor?
Something jammed the sensor? Say. There's something else that seems out of place in this video.
Yeah, I thought so too. There got to be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Want to touch?
Take that!
Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier.
And then we gotta watch the whole thing again. Oh, we muted the video this time, though? You don't get the Blue Badger music? Ooh, there it goes. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. They often fall out and roll great distances when I open my...
We can't be sure that the item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted? You could have started at a better spot in the video. It's kind of funny that the Blue Badger even has like a little spot where he's like, just to block the guy's face a little bit longer.
This white thing, it wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of the 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie closed.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. And not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It was a rubber glove. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene,
there just might have been something that fits the description.
But sir, by insulator, you mean...
Let's just keep skipping his... Nobody's listening to him anymore.
I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was the insulator that got stuck in the locker door?
I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that that was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker.
Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir.
Order, order, order! So are we to believe, then, that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Not to be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke?
Very well, begin your testimony. What? Mystery Man 2 continued. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there is a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Well, someone else could have used his card, though. An ID card record. I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? That's a really good question. It is obviously impossible that someone could have stolen his card out of the mail, right? That must prove it. Like, I think that everything else kind of proves that it's pretty likely not to be him still. Especially since they were like dressed like him and stuff, but the thing had to happen to be open. But, you know, I guess they're in the world and we're the ones looking at it from the outside. It is pretty funny, though. There are the so few people using this room. This particular evidence room is only used for sorting certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference.
There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. Alright, Meekins, we're about to press the shit out of you, bro.
There's one other thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir.
So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you?
Yes, sir. Solid as a stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give a V for victory sign, sir.
Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second.
To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of the 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time is my ID card gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card.
I don't know why I always skip that part.
Maybe I should just leave this one alone.
At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony.
When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness was referring to.
Let me see. Yes, that would be it, Detective Goodman.
What's the matter?
According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor.
Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being the prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that the man in blue? Oh, shh, don't stare at him. You got the wrong color, kid.
I'm not sure what the kid said exactly. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences.
For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Hey, what's up, Purple Space Cat? How are you? Thanks for coming around. How are you doing today? Hopefully you've had a lovely Tuesday. I'm doing well. Playing probably my favorite game to stream as of right now. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully you enjoyed, have a good time. How's your stream been? It's been great just showing my partner this game. Oh, nice, yeah. This is such a great game. I love this game. Look, maybe he just panicked?
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out.
Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What?
The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something. Oh, it's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this.
You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got.
Okay, so I gotta figure out the contradiction. I don't know it off the top of my head here. The thing that proves it was Goodman, sir. Into the evidence room. I love the wig. Oh, thank you, Purple. I appreciate it. Yeah, I need to do a little bit more with it, but it works for now. I gotta pull it down a little bit. You can see my cap. There we go. This is my Dom Right outfit. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. An ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card. You look at the record. You have Goodman's ID card found at the prosecutor's office crime scene. See, I feel like that's the weird part, right? And I guess this is the thing that Phoenix was pointing out, is that we found his card like 30 minutes away from where it supposedly was, right? Okay, so we found this at the prosecutor's office crime scene, and Edgeworth's car got there at 5:12. So that means that this Goodman's ID was at the parking lot at that time, right? Because it had to have been if his body was there, and that's where the card was found. But what's weird is that we have Bruce Goodman clocking in 2 minutes after Edgeworth would have gotten to the prosecutor's office here. So it really like leans to having two different cards for Bruce Goodman. That's like the contradiction, right? But how to point that out is, at the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. I must have to press, or I must have to present this, the ID card itself, because it says right here, we found it at the prosecutor's office crime scene. So that's gotta be it. I'm gonna try that.
Wait 1 moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I had the victim's ID card right here.
Lucky Sevens at 4:20 p.m. We know what they were getting out of the evidence room. I know. I thought that was so funny. All sevens at 4:20. Yeah, I put it out last time for sure, dude.
I had the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right?
I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order, order. So now, what does all this mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Which is why we saw Marshall's fingerprints in there. It must have been Marshall, right? That's the only other person I can think as far as the evidence we have that it could be. Welcome back, Stella. Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense.
Bravo, Mr. Wright.
But bravo?
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes.
What's he up to?
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder.
That is... Well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around.
This isn't going to end well.
Well, well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Ridgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in the video was a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only have taken place in one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office, the murder being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment of the defendant used the murder weapon.
Nala!
So we kind of just dug Lana a little bit of a hole there, huh?
I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. So I know, Dom, the panel for merch is working again in the About Me. Yeah, I actually changed it, Stella, because the panel isn't working anymore, so I just replaced it. So, but thanks for pointing it out. Yeah, that's what made me think to even do it, because if the panel is not going to be working very well, it's just like, I'm just going to delete their little widget panel and make my own panel that just links to it. So, you pointed out that I needed something more solid, and that could be viewed better on mobile, so thank you. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? Oh, I didn't see notice that I have returned as well. Welcome back, Noah. If Goodman wasn't the real victim at the PD, why should Lana be the real perp at the parking garage? Yeah, because I guess that's where the body was found. Because basically, I guess, I can see what you're saying, Ty, and you're probably right in the end that it's not a real one at the garage. But I think the reasoning is just that first we were trying to prove that it couldn't be Lana as the defense because that murder happened here, and because we're Lana's lawyer, but because we pointed all this out, we're actually putting our client in hotter water. I think it's really what Edgeworth was trying to do, because he's just trying to win the case against Lana, essentially, I think. Not that he hates Lana, but he wants to win the case, I think. Because Lana was, like, his superior, I think, and I don't think he's ever expressed that he doesn't like her. So, I think he's just kind of doing what he feels like he has to do. But yeah, I think you're right, though, that she definitely can't be the person, because, I mean, this is a Phoenix Wright game. I don't think that our client is guilty.
And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana...
What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess?
I mean, I have to object, right? Because we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints in the room, right? So, I mean, that's not really like a huge contradiction, but it's something that we haven't thought about. Jake Marshall has it, because we gotta, like, I don't know, interview him or something, I feel like.
One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder.
So why are we watching so much of it? It didn't show the murder, right. Is it going to be the cloth at the end? Are we going to care about that now? Because there's that.
However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot.
Alright, because it is the fingerprint. Okay, it is Marshall's fingerprint.
Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room.
Why don't we do, like, tests on the blood? Do we not have the ability to do that?
The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Mr. Wright, do you mean...
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh? Whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name? Jake Marshall.
Take that! Officer Jake Marshall.
But tests don't make for a compelling story. Yeah, there you go. No, that's the real reason, right? Why him?
I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say.
The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. All right, one testimony down. February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court. Defendant, lobby number 2.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean?
You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured anything out.
Lana! You're the one who knows everything! Emma. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
No. Oh. You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
Phoenix Wright equal 10 out of 10, cosplay 10 out of 10, voice acting 20 out of 10. Oh, thanks, Stella. I appreciate that. You're so sweet.
The SL9 incident?
But Lana, that's... I thought so, Mr. Wright might... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here. You might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness?
Guess he's got a lot of bells going off, doesn't he? He should reply to the sex messages. Yeah, I love Gumshoe. He's probably like, I think he's probably my favorite character, I guess. Because he's so consistent, too. He's always involved. And he's just such a big lug, you know? It's such a silly dude. Gentle giant kind of guy.
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Now, Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Drake killings.
Or is it Joe Dark? I read it wrong.
The Joe Dark. No, Lana. That's over with. No.
Emma, wait.
Ah, she ran away.
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma.
Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence.
Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I better take a good look at this file.
God, what, my 30 minutes of recess is already up, but then you give it to me? Come on, Lana.
Da-da-da-da-da.
February 24th, 12:14 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
Emma didn't come back.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Old Jake Marshall.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
And he's gonna avoid doing that, I assume.
Me, partner? I'm just a man same as you, wandering the trails of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out.
To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct?
According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? Desperado Souls is boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us the testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English.
He is doing an old English, right? An old West English.
My job was to keep a weary eye on that bone orchard. They said it was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail.
Alright, I think we're gonna have to push him with his fingerprint on the locker, I'm gonna assume. Probably when he says he was at the saloon and be like, well, then why was your fingerprint found at the crime? With blood on it. He had to be there at the crime, I think, because of the blood. Right?
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Well, yes. What about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines or with the following orders. Or with following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Get ready to get pressed there, Mr. Marshall. My job was to keep a weary eye on the bone orchard.
How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room?
I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room is so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings.
You interred them?
Radios nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape.
If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours.
Each time I erased a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good.
So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room?
They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style.
But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperados I know joined the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime. Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
Oh, that's a contradiction.
There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't seen that crypt in weeks.
How does this guy avoid being fired?
Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway.
You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
Yeah, perjury exactly, Papa. Objection!
And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism?
Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't tell you how a bike works.
That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down.
What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongol Sippy pasta. I'm sorry, I fucked that up. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope that this at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says. Did you not want a raise this year?
I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail.
Out of ammo, Officer Marshall?
That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just a-wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. But one thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything at all. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I'd better up the ante.
Okay, so we don't want to use the trump card yet, but we want to present something? Is that what he's saying? Because he wants to up the ante. That to me says there's something before his fingerprint. Oh, I need to look at those. Oh man, this guy stinks, right? Yeah, I hear you there, dude. Jar, fragments found, the scene crime pieces missing. Tagged evidence from this online incident. This man is an officer of the law? Yeah. Well, I mean, he's basically just a security guard, but then he was made the investigator for this crime, which seemed weird as well. I'm gonna switch to sitting guys real quick. One second. Yeah, Jake Marshall might have a couple screws loose. Especially since he always references Texas, but he's never been there. He's from like West LA or something. Alright, let's see. Do I have anything that could really nail him? Let's look at this again. He's not on here, right? Unless he's all sevens. I think he used Goodman's card. I need to look at these files. Incident number SL9 closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime serial murder. Sentence death. Nope. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, and Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall, huh? Might be related. I'm stumped as we'll figure it out. And if we have to, I'll probably just try the fingerprint if I can't think of anything else, because maybe, I don't know, I just get the hints wrong sometimes. And maybe we are supposed to use the fingerprint, because I think the fingerprint, it places him there in the room at some point in the day, because his fingerprint wouldn't have been in there, especially covered in blood otherwise. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth, witnesses, Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Investigation task force, executive investigators, Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Head investigator Bruce Goodman, investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. So it's just like everybody who was involved. Marshall's fingerprints found on a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print had been wiped. That's the only thing I have that really ties anything to Marshall, so I feel like it's gotta be what I use. Let's see. Said it was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, we're protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. I think that's when I push it on. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. I think I'm gonna put it right here, but we'll go ahead and save real quick in case we gotta come back. Present fingerprint.
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is. Make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there.
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Oh, what do we think about that? Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene.
The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall?
It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
And I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall.
About the blood-stained fingerprints. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime.
Here we go. Guess I didn't need to up the ante, I guess. I don't know what that was about. Maybe I missed out on some possible testimony there or something. Bloodstained handprints.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place of this bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid.
Well, the thing is, like, the murderer was wearing gloves at the other crime scene, but we don't really know that here. And it was only didn't we only know they were wearing gloves because there was no fingerprints on the knife? Isn't that weird? Isn't he wearing fingerless gloves? Oh, is he? I didn't even notice, Noah. There you go. That's awfully sus, huh?
The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be much fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it.
How am I going to prove it? We'll see.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence.
That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month?
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
Oh yeah, okay, I got it. The fact that his locker had to have opened at some point because there was something hanging out of it. In the video, because in the beginning of the video, his locker didn't have anything hanging out, and at the end of it, it did have that cloth hanging out of it. That's how we're gonna nail this fucker to the ground.
What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use.
Yeah, he is wearing fingerless gloves. There you go.
And all that happens in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all the time without ever knowing it.
Oh, okay, yeah, so he didn't even realize when he opened his locker that he was leaving a trail behind or whatever, providing evidence in any way, I think. That's interesting. Because, yeah, he seemed to genuinely not know about him. Updated in the court record. Found on the bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker, the print had been wiped. Also, side note, that knife must be really dull since
He's been shaving the entire time. Yeah, every time you see him, he's shaving a little bit. Look, it's crazy how he's still got any hair left to shave, dude. He's gonna start scraping some skin off, man. One of them just happened to be at the same place as a bloodstained handprint.
So then, what about the bloody handprint?
Wasn't mine. That's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. That's a pretty iffy explanation there, buddy.
The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1.
On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated.
Unrelated?
There's a difference as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different.
I don't see what homonyms have to do with this.
Or didn't you know that the murderer was wearing gloves?
How do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though, to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture?
This seal of blood in the desert is just... the seal of blood in the desert is just a food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape.
The security tape.
So long as my so long as my trail isn't in there, you can say otherwise. Fucking shit, dude. That's a reach. That's a massive reach. Massive, right? Yeah, he's making a massive reach. You know, he just happened to put his hand exactly where my handprint would be. It just matched exactly. Okay. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marco. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner?
What do you mean by that?
You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have, and it does have evidence that you are involved, dude.
But the video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Very well. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, then please do so now. Oh, I can show it, baby. Oh, I know it.
Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall.
At the very end.
Take that! Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short in Texas, so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
You're not from Texas, Marshall. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video.
The locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit.
Can we rewind a little bit faster? We're just playing it backwards. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order, order! It would seem that hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man.
I can't because of the thing.
So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it.
Actually, it does, you fuck.
The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened my locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine.
Just showing his ignorance hardcore.
Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know.
I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it.
I'll take that.
A fingerprint sensor?
We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force who don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
Oh, he's getting some jerky now. I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Order, order, order! Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Ole, please answer the question.
What is he now, a bullfighter?
That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right, the only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime?
Where's the clue, kids? This is right here's the victim. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. So did he, like, okay.
I just had to think real quick. Did he kill Goodman to get his ID and then stuffed him in Edgeworth's trunk for some reason? And then took his clothes to then get in his lock? What? No, because the locker was left open. So Goodman did that on purpose. So Goodman's involved somehow. Fuck, I don't know. We gotta figure it out.
It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins had witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes? And how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? Yeah, you've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence?
He's still denying it.
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. Now I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
Now I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
Ah! This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do?
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me.
Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box.
I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions.
I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot.
Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Oh, man.
How many times do they have to look at this video in this session, right? I'm not sure. Alright, let's see. Slashed at him, that's how he got Meekin's hand. Meekins then jumped on him, tried to choke him. He slams him against the locker, it looks like. So he's got the blood all over his shoulder, isn't that weird? Without the locker. That was the glove that we pointed to earlier. That was a piece of evidence earlier. That was what, so the idea is that Goodman must have gone in there, opened his locker, and put the glove where the sensor would read that the door was closed and turn the light off and lock it. So he wedged the glove in there and then closed it. So that then now Jake can come in there and open it as if he was Goodman. At least that's sort of the idea. But yeah, it was the glove. Let me go back again. I want to see the moment that he lunges. They're trying to find a piece of evidence that came about because he was dressed up. It was the muffler? Yeah, you think so? Because the muffler was supposed to be red, though. And I think they said this is a white cloth. I mean, I don't know. You could be right. I thought that it was a red muffler, I think is what they had said. And then they're saying it's a white cloth. I was thinking that maybe it was his disguise. But okay, here's the weird thing. Okay, so let me go back really quick. The craziest part to me about some of this evidence here is, wait for it. When we see him in his jacket, he's got that red, he's got the blood on his shoulder, whatever it is. I mean, it's black and white, so we can't tell, but it looks like blood on his shoulder. And then if we look at the picture that we have of Lana, she's wearing the same jacket, and doesn't it have blood on it as well? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not the same pattern, though. Okay, so that is different. But it has blood in the corner. I've been trying to figure that out. Her wearing that jacket, like what is, how, what, why? I'm just being silly and wanted to say the word muffler. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. Makes sense, sounds real. We got the SL9 incident files, but I'm not doing that here. I have to point at something again. So you're saying maybe at the beginning when he first walks in, Noah, let's check it out. Rewind, because that is a spot that we haven't looked at, right? Muffler's aside. Because you already pointed at the cloth, and I don't see how the cloth would be what we point at again. Could it be the blue badger somehow? That'd be so funny. Yeah, see, there's the glove still, just so you can see the same glove falling out. Maybe sent the wrong person to death for the other case, and it's all pointed back to that. Yeah, it definitely has to do with that other case. I mean, it seems like this group of people, Angel Star, Goodman, and Officer Marshall, were all punished for how they did that case, I guess. I mean, they think they got the right killer, but it's just the fact that they used fabricated evidence is what they were accused of. And I think that, yeah, you're right. It's all pointing back, kind of like the last one or whatever, DL6 or whatever. Or, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna hear this music for the rest of the night, right? I know, dude. I wish I could actually turn the music down. So... he's got gloves on in right here. You can clearly see. Does he have something in his hand? No. I don't know, this is hard. I'm not sure what to do. The sleeve, there's a cut in it. Oh, is there? Let me go back. Was it his left or right? Oh, on the left one there with his thumb, he's got the little rip in it. I mean, maybe. I don't know what else it would be. That's a really good eye of you. Left hand on the cuff. Yeah, holy crap, dude. Good eye. I wonder if that is it. What would that do what we're trying to do? Okay, so we're trying to find evidence that would be there because he was disguised, but not evidence of him being disguised. Think outside the box, they said. I mean, I think you must be right? I don't know, I just see things. Right, dude, I mean, sometimes this game has, like, stuff that's, like, I don't know how they expected the player to get it sometimes. So you could absolutely be right. You were just sitting there comfortable in your bed, and you start hearing it, do-do-do-do. Yeah, the badger and his dance is there at the end of your bed. What hand did he hold the weapon? I don't think we know what hand, because the weapon doesn't have fingerprints on it, so I don't think we know what hand. Or no, you in the video, right? Because we do see him hold the weapon. Yeah, oh, sorry. You're right. Fast forward. Well, what's kind of interesting is that how does he have Edgeworth's knife here? Because it looks like Edgeworth's knife. It doesn't look like it doesn't have a tag on it or anything. So this must be the knife that did do the crime, you think? Because it looks more like the one that was involved for the crime. Opal with her posture check, thank you. Make sure I'm good. Oops, accidentally clicked out of the game. My bad. Here we go. I appreciate that. We do a little stretch while I'm at it. Ooh. Going to hydrate from Ty. You guys are taking care of me. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh. Alright. Thank you both for that. I appreciate you guys taking care of me like that. So yeah, he's in the right hand. Following Noah's thing here. Is he like not having his hand at first? Yeah, it's not in his hand here. Oh, and he's turned around. And he turns around, it's in his right hand. And he slashes. We don't ever see the blood until then, right? Is the blood not on him before that? He doesn't start with the blood. The blood's not there at this point. So it's actually Meekins' blood then, huh? After he slashes him, it must splash onto him. We don't see it here, but then all of a sudden, it's there at this point. He just tosses Meekins against the wall. Could it be the blood on his shoulder? It happened because he was disguised, right? I just don't understand what it would prove. Yes, knife sleeve, headedness, what does it mean? Oh, how are you too? Oh, absolutely. I think I might try the blood on his shoulder, because that seems like a pretty big piece of evidence we haven't pointed to yet. So we'll try that. Take that?
For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet.
I fucked that up.
Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When you asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
Okay, right. So that caused him to need to put it in the, to hide it, I guess, as evidence, right? So that's why he put it in the locker? And so could Lana have gotten it out of the locker somehow? Because I feel like she's wearing a very similar coat. Might not be the same one. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. White coat is the white cloth in the locker? Yeah, I guess so. It must be then, right? Guess that's what we're saying. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago. If you're only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here right now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. So it's gonna be a straight up confession, dude? I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. And managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Oh, so he just confessed that much. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation.
Okay, now we're gonna cross-examine his confession, huh? I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner?
The SL9 incident.
2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. I love how they're describing it as a donation. Yeah, isn't that funny? A little wordplay there. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I plan to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera and the detective ID card. I stole that morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So, essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
But he couldn't because a rubber glove had just happened to be stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall.
I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins currently is a 1 in a million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. Now I have to think a little more about his raise this year. Poor Meekins.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera.
So you did your research beforehand.
Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make much a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the gig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing during that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what are you saying is, on that day...
Noah says, I'll make the donations to Lord Dolus.
I think Dolus would enjoy that. No.
Now he's gonna have a whole blood donation center down there.
There wasn't any murder at the evidence room at 515.
But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place.
What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Could Lana have taken the evidence?
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence.
I mean, they didn't steal all of it because there was a few pieces left, right? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense.
Moreover, you're an officer yourself.
Goodman was bringing it to Lana at the parking garage at the time of the crime.
Maybe. I mean, I think Lana might actually be a part of the plot somehow. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand how Goodman died. At what point did Lana actually stab Goodman for some reason? Maybe that part really did happen? I don't know, man. My client is innocent.
This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get the answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SO9 incident. You know why?
But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? Why else would she allow herself to be the fall guy? Right, yeah. Like that, I think that's definitely like a big indicator that she's probably involved somehow, or she's trying to protect someone that she is on the side of, you know? Maybe it's a sort of she didn't know, but she walked into it and she's like, okay, no, like I see what you guys were doing and I'll take the fall type of thing. I don't know. Maybe she feels guilty for something because she was a witness and that maybe she's the false witness and she lied or something. I don't know.
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out.
But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know, and that's what I'm trying to find out.
Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I had better take another look at the files.
Alright, so I need to look at files because there must be some place where I push him with those. Probably because Neil Marshall, right? The victim, Neil Marshall, that's probably what I gotta point at, because that guy's got his last name. So probably page 2 is dad's name. Okay. Had to do that day, I couldn't just stand by and let it die. So I'll take the ID and dress like him. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room. I can't just forget the S1 incident. You know why? I do know why. Because of yo daddy. I assume it's his dad. Present!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
Now I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor?
You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother.
Oh, his brother.
He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of police.
I think that this Damon Gant guy has some tie. I think there's no, like, it's not like a coincidence the way that the chief of police has been acting. Giving, like, evidence to, like, the trial, like, in very strange ways and stuff.
The group of detectives I was a part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions?
There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with the resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department.
Chance? It's got to be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murderer in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident in the police, at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of the one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Objection? Ah! I arrest my case. You son of a bitch, Edgeworth. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. And I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Of course there's a hold it. Oh, now Emma's gonna testify, huh?
Your Honor, wait!
Emma?
The defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, I am asking for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with that crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
So did you find something?
No.
Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer the question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor.
If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing?
Well, it was whoever made the handprint was wearing a glove that wasn't fingerless. Because it was a gloved hand, because there's no fingerprints there. I'm gonna say I object. I guess I have to object. What else do I do?
This handprint left at this crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange.
Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Oh. The Blue Badger was standing in front of that. Right? During the crime? So we don't even know when if that handprint was there beforehand, I guess? Huh. Missing. You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let's pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Because another thing too is that we had that broken vase and stuff on the floor, and when did that get on the floor? You know what I mean? Because when is that broken vase going to come into play? It's got to, right? Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? The Blue Badger. I concur with the nightmare fuel blocking the locker. Yeah, right, there you go. Present. And Marshall's back. What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here.
So, why is he on the stand now?
So, watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
Ah, that's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker.
What? Emma's just at my side now. Why don't we put Jake back up there? So that means, just exactly what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put... Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. Nice use of balderdash. I love how all the reactions are like taking a bullet to the gut, right? It's like, like if they're about to have a heart attack or some shit.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown in this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
Well, when Goodman went in there the first time, I guess. To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us. When did the first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Would have been, I guess, at, oh, fuck. Was it not this then? Because I thought it was going to be in here, but he only goes in there once. I guess it could have been the 77777 thing. At 420. Let's see, is it anything else though? I don't think there's anything else that really marks the time. Pieces meaning the jar piece back together. That doesn't show when it took place. Blaze it. Yeah, it's gotta be that. It must be like the other record on there or something. I'm gonna go ahead and try that. When did he report the missing item? Oh, I don't think he ever reported because he threw it in the trash. So it doesn't have a time on it, just has the day. The only thing that could really show us is this record, so I'm gonna try it. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, the ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. Or let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Could it have been Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. So it had to be those Sevens person, huh? That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have walked in with it, right? He must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77777777.
That's 1/7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present.
What?
Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Oh, someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. So maybe it was the chief of police, huh? I told you he was kind of weird.
But that's ridiculous. Just how...
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against the executive is accepted.
An official charge?
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. You wonder why the chief of police is so happy? He's got that all 7/420. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Lana?
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 77777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Now Lana's taking the stand.
Do you need the witness to repeat the question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time,
Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana!
I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law.
But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence.
Everyone is stunned. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order, order, order! Order!
Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day.
Oh man, this is like the most intense case we've gotten to. I think every single one just becomes way more involved and intense. This has to be one of the longest ones too, for sure, by far.
See my progress now.
All right, I am gonna take a quick, like 5-minute break here. You know, get a stretch, go to the restroom and everything while we're at this spot. So you guys definitely should as well. Definitely, if you're sitting down this whole time, stand up, take a little stretch. I'll throw a little bit of music on while I be right back, guys. Okay, be right back after I fix that. You're back. right, guys. Let me pause that. Ready to go if you guys are. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. Appreciate you. I think I already saved, but I'm just going to save it again. Just to be sure. All right, so we're on, I assume, the final day of investigation with this, but we'll see, huh? February 24th, 3:12 p.m., Rain Cole offices. It's very interesting tonight, right? Shit's getting heavy.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get him the verdict he deserved.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean by what happened to you?
It's all in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark hit trial.
I didn't see that one coming.
Sounds like we need to talk to him a little bit, doesn't it? Sleepy here, but good stream? Hell yeah. Juicy law drama. Yeah, exactly, dog. Best be getting comfy and some popcorn. Yeah, grab some popcorn. Shit's only gonna get more interesting. SL9 incident.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark turned to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture?
What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. You've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable.
A pretty traumatic thing to go through.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. and find the evidence to mark an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see.
I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime.
I don't remember the moment when Drake stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known it was being given, or he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma.
There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What?
That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her.
All right, we got a lead. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room.
But Lana...
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason you were transferred to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have the right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing.
They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was the deputy chief in the police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister.
But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was
to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was second in command in the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. A Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, and then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies?
Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm? I don't buy it.
Well, what are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely.
I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark.
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SO9 murder.
There you go. I wonder if we're gonna get the chief in here somehow. I know, it's a little suspect of him. The chief's office would have been not a criminal affairs, right? You'd be at the police station, so maybe I need to go back to here. There we go.
February 24th, police department entrance.
Look who it is. Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out the way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus.
Say, where are you headed?
Imagine being in your office and some attorney walks in looking for evidence for something that occurred 2 years ago, right? Yeah. Especially like something that you yourself were like the investigator on and like solved and closed and everything. That's a little suspect. I wonder if we're gonna have to sneak in there or something, you know? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prosecutors head west? Oh, they say prospectors, my bad. If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. And it wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound that the victim had sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was the one that of the best prosecutors around. And just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the
King of Prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
That day the SL9 incident took place. That wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of.
Goodman was the only one that didn't lose his job, though, right? Because he was still a detective, or investigator, or whatever.
Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in the tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. Nah, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation led Damon Gant and his second-in-command, Lana Skye.
In case I pass out, good night, friends. Sounds good, Stella. You have a good night, in case I don't get to see you.
There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Do you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today.
He actually pulled the cork off it? Was he just like acting like he was drinking it the whole time?
Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
But I wanted to go to Gant's office, did I not? See if I run into him here. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking,
Is this the chief of police? No, that would be Gant, right? So this is...
oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
My bad. I thought it was Gant. Thanks.
Wow, he actually talked to us.
With the chief prosecutor saying what she did in the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just 'cause the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
We're just gonna go anyway. What the fuck? He's got an organ in here? This guy is fucking weird, dude. No wonder it plays out like organ music every time you see him. February 24th, Police Department Chief's Office.
Boop, boo, doo.
Whoa, where am I? Yeah, snazzy office, right, dude? This guy pays the big bucks. So this is the office that he shared with her, but he's like completely changed it into like a cathedral. Look at that, he's even got like stained glass windows and stuff. She was getting down on some gospel. Yeah, apparently, dude. In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Be like heavy as fuck, wouldn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Buck. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes.
Is that her trying to play it?
I never could remember where C was.
Well, I mean, if you learn the patterns of the keys, you should be able to learn that. You're smart enough, girl. Praise the Lord. You're tight. Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant!
He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
So, righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. Thank you, Ty. Cheers, buddy. Love me some root beer. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that hydrate. You got it. Hell yeah. No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Well, that's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. See, it was the shield was broken then too, and it.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture.
That vase back there, that's the vase that was broken up in that in the evidence locker, wasn't it?
I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though.
Guillotine picture added to the court record. Yeah, that vase is definitely going to come to play still. Ah, Barks, a root beer connoisseur, I see. I do love me some root beer. Yeah, Barks is probably one of my favorite. Barks has bite, baby. But really, any type of root beer is probably good for me. I'm just a fan of the root beer. I actually, really, a big part of it is also that I'm just trying not to drink caffeine as much as I can. But I love me some root beer, baby. That and some ginger ale is also really good. Barks and IBC for me. You know, I don't think I've had IBC for a while. I think I've had it on Fountain or something. I wonder if we have that around here. Maybe I could do like a side-by-side. That'd be interesting. What was I going to say, though? Oh, you know, just thinking about like drinks for a second reminded me that this weekend I found that Sprite has another new flavor because I just found their lemonade flavor. They have like Sprite lemonade, but they also have Sprite ginger. So it's just like Sprite, but with ginger ale in it, I guess, which is pretty good if you ever find it. But I can't find it in like a box. I can only find like single bottles of it at Quick Trip. But I just thought that was interesting. Good stuff. Because I just thought it was kind of weird too, because I thought Coke already has a ginger ale. Isn't Seagram's a Coke product, I thought? You say, what? Yeah, it's a Sprite ginger is what it says on there. It's pretty interesting. And it's good. So yeah, if you ever see it, check it out. I love me some ginger ale too. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Aw, you son of a bitch. He's pretty sus, dude.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us to look around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
You're gonna have to find old Gumshoe. Let's try the underground parking lot. Let's see if there's anything here. February 24th, prosecutor's office underground parking lot.
No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow.
You could talk to Edgeworth or something, I guess? I don't know, fuck. Get a damn warrant. Yeah, that would help, right? If we could do that.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee.
He took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
I guess we'll just have to come back later. Is there something more we need to talk to Lana about, maybe? Let's try the detention center. No. Is there something we can present to her, like the picture, maybe?
Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved.
She really means it.
Lana.
She probably doesn't want to see anything then. What about this vase? That's the vase that's back. Definitely the vase is back there. She's just gonna say the same thing. Yeah, T-Bay, blah, 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 whatever. I doubt there's anything she's gonna say anything about then. Criminal Affairs Department. Okay, it's saying something else here. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in the meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire for both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
But why would Edgeworth be blamed? He's not like it's not like he knew the evidence was forged.
Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
I didn't want to hear that. Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work! Yes, sir! Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat! Yes, sir! You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir!
It seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth.
Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me.
Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. No, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
First, let's talk about Dark's crimes.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
Businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So, it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second one. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when a jogger came up at the scene, he was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too. But luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma.
Yo, one witness, three more show up. That man has issues like gray hairs, dude. It's just like Red Dead 2. You kill one guy, and then all of a sudden somebody comes up, witnesses it, starts running away, and you're like, oh, hell no. I had that happen once or twice. Oh, then I gotta present him the murder weapon. About this.
Hey, is that?
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's card muffler.
That's it.
So it must have been the piece of evidence that was in his muffler simply because it was the forged piece of evidence, then, right? But why was it in the muffler? Why did Lana try to call Emma about it? She tried to call Emma about it, I guess, because Emma was a part of the investigation. I guess. I don't know. We're still figuring it out.
That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where that broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Switchblade knife updated in the court record.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should go ask Chief Gantz.
It's not money. It does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right?
It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
No, Gumshoe's gonna help us out. Well, any detective ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind?
Is there? Maybe that picture we had from his office? Not sure why that would do it, but we can try it.
Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut.
I'll keep that in mind.
Sheesh.
Alright, that definitely wasn't it. Piece of evidence that would change his mind. Fuck, I don't know. What would change his mind? We'll show him this? I don't know.
About that jar, I think I've seen it somewhere.
Somewhere?
Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives.
This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gant?
Where could I have seen that before?
Oh, and that's the picture now. Oh, no. Says the same thing. Well, I can tell you where you've seen it before. It's in that fucking picture! Fuck, I don't know, man. What would convince him to let me in there? His fucking blue badger? This guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays.
Would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
I have to admit, he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m.
I don't know, present him this.
Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself.
Ah, congratulations.
I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
It's also missing its sword. Didn't it have a sword in that image? The sword and a shield?
No, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later.
Apparently he's forgotten.
Nope. I did want to take another closer look at it now. Because, yeah, see, maybe that's what that slot is. That's where the sword was supposed to slide in. Weird. And the sword had a broken tip. I don't know, weird. Is that just a coincidence? Because if we look at the picture... See, it's got a sword with a broken tip. Weird. There's supposed to be something in here that will make him want to let me in there. The files that he gave us?
I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To keep people, to think people are accusing him of injustice. And I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose.
But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty.
Seen the stabbing of a detective. I'll just start showing him everything, I guess. Let me share a little advice to the detective. Okay, that one he doesn't have anything to say about. Then I'll just show him this, because at this point I'm not sure.
Oh, a lost item report, huh?
Very impressive, detective. You knew what it was right out the bat.
Well, I'm a master of misplacement, you know.
Master? That has such a cool ring to it.
The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost.
Give him money as evidence. That always works. Yeah, just bribe him.
The higher power at work here.
Wow, a higher power.
Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence.
Okay, doesn't like that one. I mean, that's not even evidence.
That's the ID card record, isn't it?
Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m.
Oh, could this be it? Thing that gets him to let me up there?
The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number.
777777.
That's 17 too many, Detective.
An executive officer? Just might have a hunch.
Damn it, that wasn't it. Start showing him everything again, I guess. Not that. I already showed him that.
That's a photo that Miss Starr took.
If anything you can tell us about it?
That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Why, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened.
16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too.
That's funny. He was the trench coat kid. Parking lot floor plans. Let me share a little advice. Oh, didn't mean to do that.
Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? No, wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth.
I assume he's gonna say the same thing here, yeah. I already showed him this. And we asked him why it was broken, and he doesn't remember.
This ID card belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card and a secret number. Scary.
It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe.
I forgot my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me after all, and what could be wrong with that?
I don't think I'll stay out of this conversation.
Damn it.
Can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that.
You knew Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He's like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
He said, Dick, and she'll listen to all your troubles.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Already showed him the jar.
No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker.
Hey, wasn't your locker the one who had blood on it, Detective?
The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand, without any fingerprints.
Shish! If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you?
If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth.
Bring them all the way back around, pretty much, right? Already showed him that. Tried that. Yeah, I've showed him everything. And there's nothing new to talk about. Alright, I'm looking it up.
Boop, beep, 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 beep.
Let me see. The one that we're on is called Rise from the Ashes. Walk through, and we are on our third day of investigation. The autopsy report and the switchblade knife will be updated to the court record. Target's crimes, yeah, we did that. Prosecutor's office, parking lot. Wait, what? It says now I go see Edgeworth, but when did we see... Like, at what point am I supposed to know to do that? Meet Gumshoe, who was serving coffee in the meeting. Talk with him at the switchblade, then go back to talking to him to get some answers. I mean, I've already talked to him as much as I could. Yeah, murder weapon's already been done. Okay. He's letting a civilian in there was resulting in him losing his job, although his detective ID card office was deleted. So you need to find something to get Gumshoe to help you move to the underground parking lot. Okay, so I just had to leave. All right. I don't like wasting my time in this game with them. Probably when he mentioned Edgeworth being under fire. Yeah, it's just like they were saying Edgeworth was on a meeting, and usually in this game, it's like somebody will be like, oh, and he's probably done with his thing, and then you go to the thing. But I don't know. This game is just hard to follow sometimes. But that's okay. I mean, I'm more here for the story, anyways. Now I should be able to go to the High Prosecutor's office, and there we go. See Edgeworth. Bing, bang, boom.
I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
I think the thing that was confusing was that she's like, why don't we show him something? And she's like, well, why are you saying that if I don't have anything?
There he is. It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor.
Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to leave the past 2 years with rumors flying around, or live, sorry. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So what do you want?
Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do will erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified? The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why? Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up.
Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's why my superiors are banking on, or what they're banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists?
That's odd.
After Near Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing in my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture? Something seems strange about it.
Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes. Just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah! Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday.
So you come back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right. It's not a coincidence. You can see Phoenix is onto it.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Near Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting.
Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. But like, what about the sword? What? What's the story behind it losing the little sword?
You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere, like on a shelf.
That has no meaning for me anymore.
What do you mean, anymore?
That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell on the past?
He's asking me? You can't just accept it graciously? Actually, something's been troubling me about this shield. Look, do you notice anything different?
Different?
Yeah, don't you remember? The other shield in the court record?
I guess I better present this other shield.
The other shield in the court record. You mean the picture? So I already showed him? Maybe since I showed it to him, I have another talk thing? I do.
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me?
Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well.
Yeah, fuck you, Haas. Haas just followed. Oh, he's following a lot. No, 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 Haas. No, no, no. Sorry, what's that, guys? Gotta do some banning. 0312 measure. He's changing the way his stuff works a little bit. Haas 0012 Bury. So his name is Measure, Berry, Shame are the 3 that I had follow me just now. But they didn't show the alerts, which is kind of interesting. So he's trying to like incognito follow people. Well, I fucking caught it, Haas. You can suck my dick. Fuck you, dude. Hate that guy.
Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed would withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Exactly, that's the whole point there. It's all raid/hate bots. Yeah, fuck them all, Noah. Ah, you hate them. Hey, what's up, Lemur? How you doing, man? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you with that 1-year badge. Hell yeah, man. What are you up to today?
Very perceptive. But then again, you heard this story before, right?
Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Is that true, Lemur? Is that true? You know about Chinese stuff, right?
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it is in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant.
2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Why would he do that?
Chief Gant.
King of Prosecutor's Trophy updated in the court record. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed by Gant's behest, giving it its current form. So now, do we have something to show Gumshoe? Got nothing left to talk to Edgeworth about. Nope, somebody out here. February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. Gonna see Angel again?
Excuse me?
There she is.
Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Starr!
I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk.
What?
Still,
I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in the trial was involved in the SL9 incident.
Yeah, who says that exactly, though?
Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to a mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. You've seen this image. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant!
Tyler guy just says, "Hey, what's up, Ty? How you doing, man? Good to see you, buddy." After case closed.
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence?
You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh, yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from this shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her.
Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana's got some secrets, dude.
Being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her to change.
At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess.
Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I have been.
All right. We got a little bit of info there. I think we were heading back to the police department to see if we couldn't talk to Gumshoe, I guess. There we go. Something new. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no.
Huh?
I'm not letting you to the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
Is there still... I don't have anything really new, do I? I mean, the shield got updated. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. You got the reward ceremony? He said this last time. Of course. The awards, I got an award for Dylan himself. Congratulations.
Say, this design based on the old Chinese parable, right?
Okay, it's a little bit different. Yeah, everyone knows that. There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon. He had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we heard.
No, but this one sounds more exciting.
Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. Well, he has a whole other story that he knows about it. That's funny. Yeah, that wasn't what we needed, though. Maybe we were supposed to go somewhere else. Maybe there was someone else we needed to talk to. Nothing to talk to him about. Alright, let me take a peek. Oh, I didn't get something from Edgeworth. Oh gosh, yeah. I knew it. They gave me the hint and I didn't take it. My bad. Here we go. I don't know why I totally forgot about. Edgeworth threw that piece of paper down and it's a little crumpled paper on the floor. I forgot to examine it. So examine the paper on the floor.
I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth.
Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground.
Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet.
That's hilarious. He didn't even look.
What? Letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you.
It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh, I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
Yeah, that's gonna make Gumshoe upset because he loves Edgeworth, obviously.
Take that.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective?
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
we can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
All right, detective. Thank you.
And now we can move back to the chief's office. Oh, hell yeah. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office.
Here it goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now,
Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
eek!
Ah!
Did she slap him?
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to.
If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Okay.
Hey, don't do that to my card!
Yeah, why would I do that? Why is it crushable? Wouldn't you like have it like it's a hard piece of plastic or whatever?
I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so.
It looks like the code needs to be entered on this panel to open it.
A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is.
Of all sevens?
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's...
No, Gumshoe, no.
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
It'd be so funny if you made it all sevens. I'm just gonna try it. Code confirmed access granted. Are you fucking kidding me? What an idiot. Why would you make it all one number, you fool? I mean, that kind of proves that it's his code, right? That he's the one that was in there. He's definitely the bad guy.
Bingo. What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was it, pal?
77777. The final ID card number on the record. What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who went to the room that day.
Yeah, nobody will figure it out right now. Yeah, no one's gonna try that. At least it wasn't 1111, right?
You mean 7777777? That ID number?
I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can sorry. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
No, I do.
I care too. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a...
That's the last piece of that vase.
A shard from a broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here, too.
What's this? It's like a piece of leather cloth. Handprint.
It's a handprint, isn't it?
So was this, okay, it's leather, so it just makes me think maybe it was Neil Marshall's, like part of his attire, and maybe it has Gant's fingerprint on it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think Chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
No, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that there was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective.
Present him the vase now.
Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days.
Yesterday.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was it in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, I'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes.
Okay, then I need to rotate it and then place it, combine. So what is that, like, pattern? Is that just like blood splatter or what? What is that?
There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But
Hey, guys, get a load of this.
What is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
there's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood.
I don't get it.
Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
Unstable jar obtained. Okay, interesting. So this jar was in his office at the time of the murder. So would it have had his own blood on it somehow or something? And it broke when he must have killed. I don't know, because I'm feeling like he killed Neil Marshall or something, and just try to frame it as it being the Joe Dark guy, I guess. And so, I don't know, the blood here must somehow incriminate Gant, or, I don't know, somebody. Interesting.
This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The Chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay.
Sheesh. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The Chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
No, I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant.
He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look! It's the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about the evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence.
But a list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! The Chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. Still look at his desk a little more.
Wow, look at the size of the Chief Gant's desk.
We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
What would this list be doing here? We'd better look at a little more into this list.
What should that? Let's look at the list. Oh, we can't even read it. Oh, it's got a picture on the back. What the fuck? Oh, it's the picture Emma drew. I wonder what this is.
Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now.
Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
I'd better not forget about this picture.
I mean, that must be the picture that Emma drew, right? Huh. I wonder what the significance here will be. It's the only thing that's really significant about this. It must be the picture that Emma drew, though, because she said she tried to draw it, and I don't know what else it would be, you know?
The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
And that's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the Chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
So it's an instrument of punishment, literally.
But aren't the Chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's beside the point.
These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park.
This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of her partnership.
I'm playing that Limnus Gate game. It's pretty cool. A good mix of FPS, skill, and strategy. Yeah, I tried it earlier as soon as I got off work. I didn't do any rounds against any people, but I did a few bot rounds or whatever, and it is really cool, dude. It's very interesting. It's different than I thought, too. I thought that it was going to be, like, at the same time, like, simultaneous, but it was, like, one go at a time, one round. But, yeah, it is truly a turn-based thing, and I thought that was kind of interesting. It is kind of fun in a way, too. I really hope that it becomes, like, bigger and more like MLG, and maybe other companies kind of pick up that idea, because it would be really interesting to see what people can come up with this, because yeah, it's very fascinating. It's kind of interesting too, because I remember, like, I went out there with the shield guy, whatever, the robot shield guy first, and I placed a shield down, and then I kind of like did my entire like strategy around that shield that I had placed, and it worked really well. I was even like shooting where I thought people might go like later, and then they totally fell for it or whatever. It was pretty interesting. There are modes where both people go at once. Oh, okay, so I just haven't gotten to that point. Okay, so that is in there, because I thought in some of the promotional material they showed that happening, so okay. Because that seems like it would be even more intense if you're actually against the person, but I personally like the idea of just fighting bots, basically, like a pre-recorded thing, and just trying to, like, I guess, play in such a way where they can't stop you from doing everything that you're doing or whatever, you know what I mean? I feel like it's gonna be hard to wrap your head around, but there's gonna be some pretty solid strategies, I imagine. They have such a unique set of people and their abilities, I feel like, too. I mean, maybe not unique, I mean, you've seen a lot of it before, but it's just cool, like, the way they've organized it, I think. But the big one is 1v1 turn-based, I think. Yeah, it seems like that's the one they start you on anyway, so. And it's probably gonna be the one that relies mostly on strategy, right? And tactics and strategy rather than, like, actual like skill or whatever, which I think is cool. It's cool to take like a first-person shooter team-based thing and make it completely strategy and tactics based, you know, like as much as you can, but while still making it a first-person shooter. And I think it's fascinating. I'm definitely gonna be trying some more of it, man.
Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime?
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I'm just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
But jumping out a window?
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that.
I think that's all we have. Well, we can look at this again.
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Drake ran out of the question room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Grant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think?
So I think we're pretty much done here, right? Oh, there's this window too.
You can see pretty far from the 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here...
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see that view.
Oh.
Stained glass or not, it's a huge window.
That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to anyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy!
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal! You don't just get to go, let it go like that.
Sorry.
This guy is starting to get on my nerves.
Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet.
There you go. Ignoring me again.
Lemur says, yeah, it's really about building a turn advantage where you get more out of each ghost than they do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. And like, maybe even putting like a bait ghost out there, I would assume, just to have them like deal with this guy because they see it as a threat, and then you can kind of maybe like go around to another area where they wouldn't have time to maybe handle that threat, and then like, you know, it's just interesting what could happen. You know, I'm sure there's so many things I would never even think of. So I'm pretty excited for it to maybe become MLG because I want to see what some of those pros do. You know, people who play it for fucking hundreds of hours or whatever. Should I present him with this?
That's what the chief was reading before, wasn't it? You know, when we first came in here?
Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off.
So Mr. Edgeworth so Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half the whole thing.
Something else is bugging me. More than that. Take a look at the back of the form, pal.
The back?
I already did that. I wonder what this is.
It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
Can't make it out. Better keep quiet about it for now.
Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving like that, Mr. Wright?
I better not forget about this picture.
If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, Detective. We do want you to share your information, though.
Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Got to stay positive.
I'm not sure what more to do here. Should we move away? I feel like it should have like ended here somehow. Alright, let me take a peek before I end up walking away. Make sure I'm not leaving something behind. And I think I got everything.
Oh, I forgot about the cloth. Where is that at? Where's the cloth at? That leather cloth? Oh, I have to present him with something in order to get it as evidence, right? Okay, that's right. That's why it mentions the fingerprinting set. That's right, there we go.
Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So, you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead. Take my fingerprints.
Come on, Gumshoe, dude.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints.
Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. And then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times.
All right, let's get this over with.
All right, and then blow.
Ba-ding!
So, not Jake Marshall. There it is. It's Emma's? Emma's handprint, huh? Yeah, it's definitely Emma's handprint. Now, where's the cloth from? And why would he hide it? Because Emma touched him or something?
No. How could this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad.
I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst, hey, you. Over here. What's going on here?
What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we are able to get some hard evidence.
No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Oh, I knew it was Gant, that's why I was kind of using his voice a little bit. Isn't that right? You in the coat.
Eek! Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Wait, what if Gant got her fingerprints from touching the organ? Oh. Got her fingerprints from touching the organ. Maybe. I guess it just depends on where that cloth came from, right? Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens, Don.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir...
Now get out.
Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too, then.
Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright!
I'm not gonna leave her here with this killer. I mean, I assume he's a killer. Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
You would actually got fired? Now now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant has hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyways, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. February 24th, Detention Center. Visitor's room.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story.
I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name?
It's Damon Gant. Well, Miss Sky?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course. These are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
I guess the unstable jar? I'll try that. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It is as you surmise. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Mile Edgeworth's car.
See, I thought it was just a body as she was coming up on it, you know?
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken. And I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
Oh. Oh, interesting.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then
she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr. Huh.
Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, but by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife.
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke with him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murder. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago?
Ooh, to be continued. All right. Well, that's where we're going to be ending it for tonight. Been longer than I had expected. I'm pretty hungry. I'm a hungry boy. Go ahead and save this. Cool. So I think we'll be finishing it off next time. The plot thickens exactly, And thanks for hanging out all night, dude. Hopefully you're having a good time. Hopefully you enjoy all the voices and shit. All right, let's see here. Get some music, and I'll go over the rest of the week. Oh, I still haven't... I need to contact Moth and see if he can play games tomorrow. Loving every minute. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that, dude. So yeah, thanks to everybody who's stuck around and hung out. We got a few of you left here. I appreciate you all so much. So for the rest of the week, tomorrow, I don't know. I haven't talked to Moth yet. I know Lemur's still down for a game, so he might end up doing Fogs instead if it's just me and Lemur. I don't know. I'll try to contact Moth. I'll try to remember to do that after the stream today. To give him at least like a full almost 24 hours. And so we might be playing Fogs tomorrow. And then on Thursday we got Judgment. We'll be finishing, well, not finishing Judgment, but we're gonna be continuing Judgment. But we are getting closer. I think we're maybe halfway through Judgment. And then Friday we got Witcher 3. And then we'll swing it back around to Sunday. We're gonna be doing some more Power Washing Simulator, obviously. But Sunday we are recording the 3rd episode of the podcast, so it might be a little bit later than normal, but we'll see. But also, speaking of the podcasts, we have the Strange Planet podcast. It should be coming out this Friday, so by the time I'm playing The Witcher on Friday, the new podcast episode will be out, so you guys will be able to check it out whenever you have time. So yeah, keep a lookout for that. But other than that, I think we are, I'm gonna call it a night. Let me see if I can get a raid here. I think Papa should be streaming. There he is. Okay, yeah, Papa's playing some Duke Nukem 3D, so let's pop on over there and say hi to Papa, huh? Oh, cool. Bee's Knees is playing Outer Wilds. I hope he enjoys it. That's a great game. Yeah, you have a good night too, Noah, and anybody else who's still hanging around. You guys have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. We will see you tomorrow for either Fogs or Origami. So either one of the two. So you guys have a wonderful night. The raid is beginning. Feel free to jump in that. I appreciate anybody who jumps in on that. All right, once again, I love you guys. Good night. See you tomorrow.